Hello, viewers. Good morning in Europe, good afternoon in Asia, and I guess good night in Africa. My name is Wouter Sipma. I'm a Dutch Grandmaster, and today I will be hosting the stream of checkersTV. Thanks to Damian for inviting me, and yeah, I will try to make a nice broadcast with you, and I'm very curious about what the games have in store. Of course, yesterday was an intense day. A lot of things happened. Kiev got a winning position. Matrichka won a piece. Perhaps didn't get an analytically winning position, but didn't manage to win the game. And yeah, today we'll see how the players cope with that, because not only for the viewers, but of course mainly for the players, there has been a lot of emotions yesterday. First moves have been played, but before I start, I would like to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas on this first day of Christmas. And to those who don't celebrate Christmas, just in general, happy holidays, and I hope everyone has a good end of the year. If you're watching right now, let me know where you are watching from, and yeah, just let me know your wishes for today. What are your wishes for Christmas? Perhaps you can say, all I want for Christmas is, then for example, victory for Jan Groenendijk, or Yuri Anikeyev, or Daria Tachenko, or Victoria Matrichko. We already see some moves. The games have been started. Groenendijk Anikeyev is on the left in the screen right now, and they repeat the same opening as in games. Let me think. 1, 3, no, not 3. 1, 5, 1 and 5, 1 and 5. 32-28 by Groenendijk. And a KF 17-22 times 21. And just like in game 5, Groenendijk chooses for 34-30. Let's see if the game develops any differently. And this is a new move compared to the game 5, where Groenendijk played 41-27. I think it went like this, 11-17. Groenendijk exchanged. And later there was a development like this. Groenendijk played 33-28, and Anikeyev developed swing. This time Groenendijk chooses to delay 31-27. And Anikeyev takes the opportunity to develop piece 16. Making 31-27 much less attractive of an option. (18-22). All right, so Anikeyev doesn't want to occupy any of these squares yet, and of course already had to make a decision, but seems like he's prepared. Both players are playing fast. We talked to some people in chat. I have a chat open here on my left. EX Buksovic, good morning. Hello. Avartsabi, guess I know who that is. I hope everyone will just enjoy their Christmas day with a bit of drafts. So Groenendijk opted to exchange 31-27. Of course, Anikeyev has to take here, because this would lose a piece. And 13 captures to 22. What's interesting about this opening is that this wing of black is not developed yet, and there's not yet a clear way how to develop it. So that could be a potential, interesting point in this game. What will happen with this wing? Let's have a look at the opening of the women's match between Tachenka and Matrichko, 18-23, 33-29. I believe in one of the earlier games it went like 38-32. Now Tachenko opts for 33-29. 20-25. In Dutch we call it the Vos variation. I think named after a player Vos. And white can take an outpost on 24, and that is what happens. Yeah, we'll see how the game develops from here. In recent years, there have been some innovations in this opening. Mainly the game Anikeyev Dolphin sparked enthusiasm. Now Tachenko has the option to develop piece 46, so I guess that's what she will do. Eriks Burkovic asked in the chat for some of my exciting victories for me this year. And indeed, it has been a good year for me personally. I was second in Flevoland Open World Cup. And after that, I won the Riga Open World Cup, which was my first World Cup win and tournament win in a very long time. So I was very happy with that one. Other tournaments didn't go as I wanted, maybe, like European Championship in Italy and recently the Dutch Championship, in which I didn't manage to win a single game, but also didn't lose any game. In general, it was a nice year. I'm looking forward to the next one, in which, of course, the World Championship will be the most important one. See Anton in the chat. Hello. Where is Damian? I don't know exactly, but it has something to do with Christmas. I think, it's also important to spend time off the board and the cameras. So my thoughts on the matches so far. This is, of course, an interesting topic, and while the players are in the opening phase, there is some time to talk about this. Since I also write for a newspaper in the Netherlands every week, I have already put some thoughts on paper, and in my preview I said a few things, like when it comes to Groenendijk Anikeyev. I compared it, this metaphor of the what's it called, the unstoppable force versus the immovable rock, I believe, because Groenendijk has shown in the past years to be super strong, so he could be considered the unstoppable force. But then Anikeyev has this style which is so solid that it's super hard to beat him, and especially grandmasters haven't been able to beat him in recent years. The only times he would lose would be against weaker players on paper, when he would take maybe too much risk. So that's why I consider Anikeyev like an immovable rock. And to see where this kind of equality, in which direction it moves, it will depend on mostly I think the mental preparation, mental state of the players, because as we saw yesterday, anything can happen, and Groenendijk played a bad game out of nowhere, I guess. Because I think in the first few games he played quite okay, but then again wasn't able to create chances. So I think Anikeyev was very comfortable and very satisfied with the first games, because he was able to deny any complex positions, and yeah, I think that's good for Anikeyev, because he's more of a strategical player, where Groenendijk mostly his biggest strength is in his calculations and his brilliance, which he hasn't been able to show so far. Say Roma, so we won't see a win in 12 games. Well, I don't. Well, already yesterday we saw that there could have been a win by Anikeyev, and well, yesterday it was clear how he could have won a game. I think that Groenendijk just lost control of his game, and made some strange decisions from the middle game on, and in the defensive phase. And when it comes to chances for Groenendijk to win, I still think he is the favorite in the classical games, probably also in Blitz and Rapid. But for Groenendijk to create chances, he has to find a different way of playing than it has gone so far, because the positions haven't been interesting enough, haven't been complex enough, and Anikeyev has always been able to relatively, comfortably make the games equal. And I wonder what Groenendijk can bring in the last 6 games. Hi, Kasia and Marta, nice to see you in chat. Greetings from here. Some more moves have been played already, but before that I will also briefly comment the women's match of Tachenko and Matrichko. I think a lot of people considered Matrichko favorite because of her supremacy in the World Championship Women last year, in which she also won her game against Tachenko, I think. But I don't know. I've seen Tachenko play in the E class at the Dutch club competition last year. She played quite solidly, and it seems like she's quite well prepared and changed her way of playing a little bit. She doesn't play as provocative as she used to. She still doesn't play maybe all the standard. She doesn't play standard moves. She doesn't play like theoretical lines, but she doesn't play. Still not in the normal way, and this catches Matrichko a bit off guard, because Matrichko, I think, likes to play more or less standard positions in which she knows the plans, and when everything's a little bit different, she has a bit of trouble, and has been shown in the first games that it took her time. She had some time trouble in a few games, and she hasn't been able to really punish this kind of strange openings by Tachenko, so to say. And I think that the victory of Tachenko was quite convincing one, in a way that she plays that whenever there is a chance, she sees it and she grabs it, and she doesn't let Matrichko go in time trouble. But then again, yesterday there was the huge mistake by Tachenko in the opening already, actually. But then with her, let's say, belief in herself, and she managed still to get a point out of that. It wasn't too easy for Matrichko to win, I believe. But of course, for her, it must have been quite devastating to not win this game and get back on the score. Hi from Curacao, I see. Hello, hello. Hi from Latvia. So we have quite an international stream today. I see a question from Anton. How religious are the Dutch players? What is the sense of life? Does Jan have a message for the world if he wins? About the Dutch players. Well, it's quite a personal question so far. So far, I don't know if anyone is. I don't think anyone is openly religious, but perhaps some of the guys have some personal beliefs. Personally, for me, Christmas is a day I spend with my family, and that's what's important for me. It doesn't for me. It doesn't have a strong connection to religion. And about Jan's message, if he wins, I don't know. I think he does think about this kind of things, but I cannot, predict what he will say. Last tournament, which he won, the Dutch Championship, he how do you say this? He quickly find the word online in English. He dedicated his win to Johan Kraaienbrink, the technical director of the Dutch Draughts Federation, who fell seriously ill this year. So yeah, I'm sure he does think about the meaning of his wins, but it's up to him to tell us. I see some comments also about Russian players, if they were able to play and Anikeev would never become world champions. I don't know, because Anikeev, his performance at the World Championship in Curacao was really good, and it was worthy of a world champion, no matter what the list of participants was like. We have this position on the analysis board. One funny combination is opening. It's after 14:20 here. It's not really relevant, but because the game has already progressed. 14:20, kind of a standard move to weaken the center a bit, but here there is a funny shot. 28-22, first majority, and now so White takes away this piece on 12 and goes to king. I think it has occurred in some games, but yeah, Matrichko plays very fast. Seems like she prepared, and I hope for her that this fast play in the opening will help her to maintain a good time management throughout this game, because that's what she needs to be able to threaten Tachenko. See if how Groenendijk chose to progress. So I think it's logical to develop with 37-31. Of course, the edge piece, you'd like to leave it there, but since White has many pieces here, he just needs to develop them, and this is the most the clearest way. And this is quite an early decision, 32-27. I'm not sure if I really like that. Personally, I think it's more logical to first just wait some moves, 49 perhaps, and see how Black chooses to position himself. This already gives a lot of info for Black, and yeah, Black can now just approach this piece and see what to do with it. But perhaps Groenendijk prepared some line because also men players are playing fast today. Already 16 moves in about 10 minutes. Oh, Luc is in chat. Hi, Luc. 46 was prohibited. That's a really good remark. That's a funny combination to show, indeed. Using this white piece on 25 and this formation, 28, 22. White takes 3. And now this nice line, so to say, then takes 4 to 46. So let's see if there was a way to prevent this, because if you play 49, black can just keep the same combination with 11, 17. It's still 46 prohibited. Yeah, would it be slightly more accurate than to exchange here? So you can always develop 46? Maybe. Well, I don't want to judge these players too hard. They're still the best. Yeah, and we'll see what happens with this wing. Of course, white also has quite some pieces here, so this position should still be about equal. And I think Anikev doesn't mind this opening too much like this, because he still has all his pieces on his own half, so to say, and yeah, from a strategical point of view, that's really nice, because black can still choose where he wants to go, to 24, to 23, to attack on 22, to maybe sometimes even exchange to 22. Yeah, but we'll have to wait how this game develops before we can really make some analytical remarks. And today I was also thinking, like, what would be fun? Would be nice to have some references to Christmas, perhaps. I'm here with some jingle bells. I don't know if the jingle bells can exist on the board. Maybe some Christmas tree like this. I don't know. Is this the shape of a Christmas tree? Maybe. Maybe something like this. Well, we'll see. And I wonder if it could be a white Christmas if the white players are winning today. Okay, of choosing to develop 1923. Will not be able to develop 2024 on the next move because of a small combination 25-20 and 34-30. If Jan Groenendijk decides to wait one move, but it's not that easy to make a waiting move, because the piece on 47 you'd like to keep perhaps. And then the logical continuation for black at some point is 14-19, but this still leaves 2 pieces on 5 and 10. But then again, black is without the edge piece on 16, so relatively comfortable. And it can also be a choice of both players after this quite emotional game from yesterday to breathe out a bit and play a bit calmer game. Even though from the start of the game yesterday, it wasn't really visible that it would turn out to be so tumultuous. in the end. But tumultuous for Groenendijk, that is, because Anikeev was pretty comfortable the whole game. Let's see if we have some moves in the women's game, and indeed, Matryoshka has chosen to go to 27 quite early. Alternative was to first attack it in some way and maybe slightly break White's position and also develop this piece on 5. Because now, since Black's on 27, White already can bring some pieces there to start and pressure it. And I think Tlachenko will be quite satisfied with this position, because Black as a surrounder has to find a plan. And I think it's Black who takes the risks here. One interesting way would be to exchange and to go to 36. But this is quite a tall order for Black to play a surrounding like this. Even though it is possible, White has a weak point on 48. So who knows? Bit of a Keller-like position suddenly. Let me read. I saw the endgame yesterday. I'm no GMI, but I can say that just 14-10 was better when he gave a piece. Yeah, indeed. It was clear that Groenendijk made some mistakes in the middle game, and in defending his position between move, let's say 30 and 45, he made some mistakes. But also Anikeev, yeah, he didn't really make decisive mistakes yet, but he 2 times he didn't find the easier way to a win. There was the moment where he chose to go 23-19 and 24-20, which was fine, but they're just playing 35-30, 30-25, 25-20. Yeah, seemed to be more convincing win, and I analyzed a bit this morning. I couldn't really find any chances for a draw even for Groenendijk in that case. And later, indeed, 14-10 instead of the end game that resulted in the game also seemed more logical, because then White has 2 kings. 4 against 3 would be then the end game. 2 kings and 2 pieces against 1 king and 2 pieces. And I think this should always be preferred over 4 against 2, which, well, as we saw, was winning for Anikeev, but these end games are always very tricky. And yeah, within a few moves, Anikeev made a mistake, and Groenendijk grabbed his chance and made a draw. See a question from Federation Dam Corsal. How do you think platforms like DRAUGHTS have changed the dynamics of international drafts? What potential do you see for its future growth? Yeah, I think it's very important to have a platform like DRAUGHTS, because it offers much more options than the platforms we previously used. I used to play on PlayOK, for example, Polish gaming website. But it wasn't really geared towards drafts specifically, and there was no developments in that area. Whereas DRAUGHTS is specifically aimed at drafts, and yeah, really, I think opens up a lot of possibilities to people around the world. They can easily analyze their game now with quite a strong engine, and play at any moment of the day. We've already seen some competitions online, which are also interesting with even strong players. So yeah, I think it's very important, and Yeah, we live in a digital world now, so drafts needs to be digital as well. Frisian drafts comments that 2731 has been played indeed. I like this. I like this kind of style. Also 3732 has been played, and 3136. So yeah, we can see a very interesting game coming up. Groenendijk still thinking. So 4137 has been played now. Yeah, seems like at first sight perhaps that white has an easy open attacking position, and yeah, has a very strong center without many weaknesses, but this weakness on 48 could be yeah, quite important. And the white's possible problem could be if she runs out of moves. Because yeah, you can play all your pieces to the center, but at some point you have finished developing, and then you need to go even higher, maybe even to square 19 in some cases. Let me see if I can just give a sample variation for that. So let's say black exchanges here, which I think is logical. Let's say here, 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 here. I'm just playing some moves now, don't really check for combinations or whatever. Okay, so now is actually quite a good moment for 3430 probably. But yeah, here white already has to make some decisions, because 25 is now prohibited by 2227. And this small combination. So white has to make waiting moves, and black can also just wait, and at some point white will have to make another move on the left side, which might weaken this flank at some point. And if white doesn't want to play here, I guess the only way is up. Yeah, very curious how this game will develop. In the open game Groenendijk Anikeev, Groenendijk is still thinking. Yeah, personally, I'm not that happy as a. Well, I can say I support Jan. He's one of my colleagues, so I want him to win. But in my commentary, I'll try to be impartial, of course. But yeah, I think, to be honest, I think this exchange to 37 to 27 is too soon, and it kind of throws away the tools white has here in this position. Instead of creating something against the piece on 22, now it's black that can create something against this piece on 27. Yeah, so I don't know if this move was just a slip of the finger, and only here Groenendijk realized that 46 wasn't possible. That could be. Or this was all planned, and he will show a good continuation for white. But for me, it seems that black is without weaknesses. Yeah, so perhaps this would have been a little more precise, unless I miss a better move for black. Yeah, because white doesn't really want to play on this wing yet, because that would ease development for black. Let's say 35, 30. Black can exchange and now more or less threatens to go to 25. So 30, 25 is almost forced, and black can develop like this, and yeah, later 5 will join, and black has developed pretty nicely. Same holds for 34, 30. If black likes, he can play like this and 25 on the next move. And white is also limited on this flank, because after 37, 32, black can just simply attack, I think. 38, 32 is not possible because of the 2 for 3. And after 37, 31 or something similar, yeah, black might at some point just play 17, 22 and force white to go backwards, or again just wait to 7, 6, 11 at some point. Because still 38, 32 is prohibited, so it's hard to connect the position for white. Yeah, I've tried to play myself sometimes like this with white, and I don't have too great experience with it. But we'll see if Groenex comes up with something. Because to give an example of what white would like to see, would be something like this. If black exchanges early, and white can make classics, and then these pieces will remain behind. Whereas white has quite a clean wing on the left side himself. So I expect NKF to just further wait here, 11, 16 or 2-7. Matrichka opted to play 9-13. At this moment already, sorry. 9-13. Which I think is a little bit of a pity, because when I play this kind of surrounding systems with black, I like to keep my pieces on this flank as long as possible and just play on the other flank. Also because this move doesn't do much yet. I think it's more important to block white here and lock this wing as soon as possible. And then later you can see how you will develop these pieces exactly, because every formation here might come in handy. If white goes to 23 at some point, then this formation can help you. If white goes to 25 at some point, then this formation will be handy. So you never know. So that's why I try to delay 9-13 myself. 44 by Tachenko. Yeah, now an interesting move would be 14-20 to force white to make a decision, either to close 29 or to, yeah, I don't think white will make any of these kind of exchanges. This is probably not even possible because black can take like this, and then yeah, it's a bit of a strange strange continuation. And the alternative for closing 29 would be to exchange to 30 and keep the position open, which in general is what white likes in this game type with the piece on 36, to keep an open position still in the center, because generally speaking, the less pieces, the better for white. Whereas black's strategy would be to keep pieces on the board and yeah, make yeah, keep the complexity and lock white's positions such that white runs out of moves. And here white has quite some free moves again, like this, and then I can see how to continue. And we see that Matrichko has chosen indeed to play 1420. This kind of makes sense to delay 1721 if you didn't want to play it right away here. Then indeed it's perhaps better to keep the piece on 26, more yeah, more logical, so to say. And Tkachenko to play here. Yeah, I think so far in this game, Tkachenko hasn't shown her hand in a way that she has played rather normal moves, and it's not clear how sharp she would like to play. But the next move will tell us something, perhaps. What's also important is perhaps to close like this and more or less threaten an exchange with 29 and 23, which black would not like to allow, for example, 4-9 or 10-14, because this again opens the position. After this, in general, all the connection is gone in the position, and also here, white can probably just take either way. Maybe 24 is the safest, and yeah, black has no grip whatsoever. And to move away this piece is not possible because of a small combination. In Dutch we call it the brilcombinatie, the spectacles combination, like the glasses on your head, perhaps because this looks a bit like glasses, I don't know. Yeah, black has to take with this piece, and white gives back and uses the tempo. 34 and to king. So if Tkachenko closes to 29, the only sensible way for black to keep tensions, I think, is 1822. But this is, yeah, strategically maybe not the move you'd like to play, because you limit yourself a lot on this wing. But at the same time, if you are able to still develop your pieces like this, maybe to 16 and then exchange to 27 at some point, it could work out for black. Because closing 29 is also quite a decision for white, because now white is also very limited in her moves. Here white can make maybe 2 or 3 moves, and then already has to go to 23. There's always a possibility of a temporary sacrifice, but this frees up black's wing again, so it's not that interesting. Yeah, big decision for Tachenko to make. Luke, you mentioned a double exchange with 32-27. Just to play is right away. Oh yeah, if this is possible, then yeah, it opens up the whole white's position again, and yeah, if black doesn't have a concrete idea how to make use of all these stray pieces, then it could be quite a decent option for white indeed. Of course, black can build some columns, but doesn't really threaten with a meaningful exchange like this. There is a combination that black uses here though. If white just tries to develop, there is a combination to king using the hole on 48 and 50 like this, and now via this field. And black wins. But yeah, even if white goes to 21, there is no real problem, I think, for white. But who knows? Maybe it's also not that, not exactly what Tachenko wanted. Because in general, she likes more the closed positions. The alternative plan for black, I guess, is now that 18 has been removed, to just attack over via square 19 and see, yeah, if white can properly defend it, because white will need its 4 defenders against black's 4 attackers. So in a sense, it's also not the most aggressive way for white to play. And actually, we see that in the game, 34-29 has been played, and Matrichko did play 10-14, which I really find a pity, because, yeah, 29-23 is now such an obvious move. It yeah, helps white achieving the goal of opening up the position and kind of yeah, breaking all black's ideas. Yeah, still there is maybe a weakness on 48, but in such an open position, white should be able to play around it. And now black is just left with some edge pieces. Or it's a very psychological choice to allow this exchange, and hoping that Tachenko will not be happy with it. But yeah, I don't see any other move for white then that would keep this yeah, complex position on the board, because suppose white plays like this, I wouldn't recommend it. Then black can also force some exchanges, so then it's better to take this exchange. To go to 23 now doesn't make sense after 4-10. And white has to think about this threat all the time. Yeah, so I really think that this is almost the only move for white, and then Tachenko has won the opening, so to say. Much better position. At the other board, Groenendijk is still thinking. Perhaps not satisfied with his opening so far, and is trying to find some possibilities for white. Yeah, I'm quite sure that that white's possibilities now are on the left side of the board, should either be 37-31 or 47-31, because that's the only way to keep the tension on this wing. I guess Groenendijk would love it if Anikeev decides to exchange 2 for 2, because now suddenly the position is very interesting with his S pieces, and this is a game type Groenendijk really likes, because there are a lot of combinations with 47-41, and yeah, here white's position is quite nice, while black still has to develop his wing. So I don't expect this to happen. I'd rather move like 6-11 or 2-7. And maybe white can build something like this and this, but it seems quite yeah, complicated to make it work. Black plays here, threatens more or less to go to 21. 37-32. It is true that black has to make some decisions at some point. I mean, you can still wait 2-7, but white also has some waiting move. Let's say 2-41. And now black has to make a choice to go either here, or to develop 14-19. So after 17-21, white will attack, and black still has to somehow make a move. So perhaps then black can of course take this attacking position. But I don't know if that's what Anikeev wants, because then he gives Groenendijk a target to play against, even though it looks perfectly fine for black. And I see in the corner of my eye that Groenendijk has decided to play 34-30. I mentioned this before. That it gives another soft target, so to say, that if black exchanges here, 20-25 is a way for black to develop his wing. But maybe Groenendijk found some way to progress here, and I think what mostly influenced his choice also was that he just likes to keep this wing as it is, with these beautiful pieces. He doesn't want to touch them if he doesn't have to. So yeah, Groenendijk took quite some time there, almost half an hour, which is really a big chunk. And of course, Anikeev has been able to think as well. And yeah, we'll see if he replies quickly if he expected 34-30, or if he also has to take some time. Yeah, then to wait for this decision, I would like to ask also the viewers how they experienced the first 6 games of this this match. If it was as they expected, and of course some predictions for the end of the match, who's going to win in both cases. Yeah, so just write in the chat what you think. Happy to read along. In the meantime, Tachenko has decided to play 29-23, but then instead of maybe the very solid capture to 24, she chose the more aggressive one to 23. More aggressive in a way that this keeps the white foundation intact, and yeah, if black doesn't find a way to deal with the piece on 23, then white's position more easily develops than if there is an exchange to 24. Piece on 23 can be especially strong if there are no pieces on 1 and 5. Here we see that black still has a piece on 5, so it is possible to just exchange it. And yeah, black should be able to stabilize a little, even though I still like white much more. This piece on 36 is just weak. And for example, you can already use it for small combinations with this move 44-40, which prevents 12-18 or 5-10 by virtue of this small combination. So it's all this kind of small tactics that make the white position better. And we'll see what Richko chooses here. It seemed like she had quite aggressive intentions with the opening she chose, and I think that she will not be very happy at this point, because white managed to open the position, and yeah, now it's a tough choice for Matrichko to decide: do I play on for a win? Do I keep this piece on 23 as it is? Do I try to surround it somehow? Bring these pieces to the center and then see what I can do? Or do I try to simplify as soon as possible and stabilize my position? And this is not only a matter of thinking analytically what is the best move, but more about how do I approach this position in this match, in this game, against this opponent at this moment, given all the circumstances. And yeah, personally, I think it would be wise for black to try and stabilize here 4-10 and 14-19, because the risk of playing this position actively is quite big. But then again, Matrichko is at a 1-loss deficit and has to make it up somehow. And after this game, there will be only 5 games left. So yeah, she's also a bit on the clock. According to the match format, player will need 2 wins. So if all classical games end in a draw, Matrichko still has a chance to win in rapid and blitz games. but it's not nice to enter those with score disadvantage. We see that in fact she has played 15-20 and 5-10, so she decides to keep this piece on 23 and play something aggressive. So yeah, still curious where this will go. And white now has to decide if she likes to develop on this wing, to maybe build structure like this, exchange to 30 at some point, or if she likes to develop more in this direction and occupy square 27. Both could be good, but since black has started to develop here, perhaps it's wise for white to also be active on this wing. But yeah, hard to say. Many possibilities for white here to develop, even to play like this and exchange the piece on 25 to the center, or right away to 27, or just to wait a few moves, see what black will do. She chooses 45-40 move that cannot be bad. Yeah, and it's true maybe that black doesn't have really weaknesses in a structure. If she brings this piece and plays 3-9, for example, all her pieces are connected and could create something. But yeah, with this edge piece 25 and 36, white has to be better. See some development with Groenendijk Anikeev 2-7 and Groenendijk opting for 39-34. So indeed leaving this left wing as it is, and yeah, making waiting moves on the right side. Anikeev 6-11. Everything still relatively quick for Anikeev, 1 hour 10 minutes. So has fought about 20 minutes about his first 19 moves, which yeah, is quite a good tempo. The time management with this time control is very important because after 45 moves there is a hard guillotine, which Groenendijk experienced yesterday, of course. He played his last move, 45th move, with 3 seconds remaining, according to the live footage. And this move proved to be what could have been the decisive mistake in that game. So yeah, Groenendijk has invested quite some time, but now plays a few moves quickly. Finished his construction on the right side with 44-39. And now Anikeev should decide, does he want to wait longer, occupying square 16 again, or does he attack 17-22, or does he exchange 14-19? I guess white's idea here could be to kind of stop black on this wing to stop piece 22 here, and yeah, give black only few moves remaining to develop here. And at some point maybe exchange to 29, leaving this piece on 22. We see that 1722 has been played actually. 2 for 2 is not possible because of the piece on 25, and now simple combination 14-19. So in fact there are only a few possibilities. It's either to close or to yeah, keep the capture open with 47-41 or 34-29, but yeah, I don't believe this this is what white wants. White likes to keep some tension. To keep this wing as it is. Eric asks in the chat, do you know who's helping Daria Victoria, Jan and Jury? I know some things. Jan also has been open about it in the press, in the media. He told there that his team consists of his well, his coach, obviously Rick Keurentjes, the main coach of the Dutch team, trainer Alexander Baljakin. He used Jitse Slump as for sparring, and I have also helped him a bit from my past experience, also as a second of Roel Boomstra in his matches against Groenendijk in 2016 and Schwartzman in 2019 and 2020, I believe it was 2022. I don't know the years exactly. Also, some of these matches were played around the New Year's, so yeah, I don't know exactly, but yeah. So this is the team of Jan mainly, I guess. Maybe he has some secret helpers. Yuri, I have heard that Vadim Verny was there as a coach in Wageningen and Papendal, where they are playing now. So I assume that he has worked with him also before in preparation to this match. Vadim Verny, of course, also a legend of the game, has played world title matches himself, but didn't manage to win. Very experienced player, and kind of a logical choice in the sense that Vadim Verny is also from Kharkiv, the city where Anikеев lives. So yeah, they have a connection, so to say. When it comes to women match, I don't know as much. Victoria Matrichko has been working with Anatoly Gantvarg for many years, and I have read that Gantvarg has also visited the match in Wageningen and Papendal, so I guess he is still her active coach. And when it comes to Daria, I don't know. I don't know. She's by herself, of course, very experienced player. Already has played multiple matches against Zikuzhina, against Golubieva, I believe. So yeah, actually, she and Jan Groenendijk are the only ones of these players who have experience in match play. And we see that Groenendijk has decided to close square 31 indeed, trying to keep pieces on the board. But yeah, I don't know exactly how he will progress after 12-17, because if if you exchange here, 2024 is possible with, again, a lot of pieces disappearing. I don't know if this connection here on the left side of the board provides enough of tensions to create chances later. Also because white will not be able to bring 47 to 36 in the near future because of the small combination of 1721 and 2228. And the cave chooses for the more central approach of 1117. This removes the opportunity of later developing with 812, but he considered that it would be, he wouldn't like to play like that anyway, so that's why 1117. And I think this may be a good moment to take a small break. I see Anton has also wrote another question, but it seems to me that's too complicated to answer. About people from Curacao suffering from oppression in the Netherlands. This is more of a political topic, which I don't think I should elaborate on at this moment. There are other times and places for that. And Groendijk chooses to explain exchange to 29. Yeah, so I think I will have a small break. I then would like to take another break a little bit later, but then to be able to be back for sure when time shortage comes, because that will be the most interesting moment of the game. So far in both games, still pretty open positions and not too much to analyze right now. And I will take let's say 5-6 minute break to drink a bit and get some more energy to continue. In the meantime, of course, you can also follow the Dutch stream hosted by Esther van Muyen and with Harm Wiersma as a guest right now. I'm sure many interesting variations will be shown there as well. And yeah, hope to see you after 5 minutes at 15:20. Thank you. All right, welcome back on this Christmas Day World Title Match stream. We are looking at the two World Title matches going on right now in the Netherlands between Jan Groenendijk from the Netherlands and Yuri Anikeyev from Ukraine, and Daria Tkachenko representing the Netherlands and versus Victoria Mutrichko, also from Ukraine. Tkachenko is the only one who is ahead, who has been able to win a game. All other games so far have resulted in a draw, as you can see in the bottom of the screen. This is the 7th round, and yeah, we are, let's say, about halfway the time control. And slowly positions are starting to become more interesting again. We've seen an opening between Groenendijk and Anikeyev in which we had seen before, 32-28, 17-22 times 21. It's often in matches that openings repeat. We've seen Boomstra-Schwartzman, which repeated many times, many openings. And also here it seems to be a theme. And it's up to the players to think at which point they want to deviate from the previous games. And this time Groenendijk deviated on move 5, playing 40-34. Creating this this game with an underdeveloped black left wing, which still remains in place up till now. Black attacked on 22, white closed, and here white decided to exchange to 29, giving black the opportunity to free this this wing. 2024, which I think is most logical move, but then either by exchanging like this or exchanging like this, there is still some connection on the left side of the board between the pieces, which gives possible tensions later in the game. At any point, black can make this 2-for-2 exchange to 36, and this also creates some psychological complexity, let's say, because it's up to black to decide at any point whether to take it or not. And I don't think Groenendijk will exchange backwards to deny this possibility. So it will be mostly up to Anikeyev to decide, and it's already possible at this moment, even though, not logical at all, because I think here, white is just better. Piece on 36 is weak because black doesn't control any of the central squares. The main question will be, after 2024, does white take like this or like this? So all other moves are not possible as well. 13-19, of course, is met by 29-24. 7-11 is met by 29-23. So black has really only two choices: to take this 2-for-2 or to play 20-24. And then it will be up to white. Well, this is quite an interesting choice. If you take like this, more pieces remain on the board, I would say. 45 comes to the center naturally. Whereas if you take like this, black may also exchange an extra piece, but it's not clear if it will help him much. If he goes to 19, white could occupy 24, which kind of pinpoints the weakness of square 2 there. But if you go here, then still your pieces on 5 and 10 are not developed yet. And white might just aggressively continue 45-40. Allowing black to go to 25. Because black has some weakness here in his structure on 2. Also, this is not a column yet, these 4 pieces. But if black wants to build a column with 7-11, then the square 18 might become a weak point. So here Anikeev is thinking still, already for, let's say, 15 minutes. So perhaps time to have a look at the other board. This is where we left off. 3-9, a bit of an early decision, but maybe not a bad one. Now Daya deciding to continue on the right side of the board, keeping her structure intact here, which reminds actually of yesterday's games in which she played a similar position but with a piece behind, and she managed to get a draw. So that must give good recollection, good memory of this game. So maybe that's why she likes to keep it as well. Aggressively 35-30, not wanting to exchange, indicating that she doesn't want to exchange. And 33-29. Also, telling her opponent, I don't want to exchange 34-29 at some point. Yeah, and so far I still like white's position because there are no pieces left behind on 40 and 45, and don't really see how black can create some counterplay here. Usual way to surround is to play this kind of moves, 9-13, then at some point decide to exchange backwards. But yeah, white's position is just without weaknesses. And if you bring this kind of threat, white can close square on 28. It just looks like a beautiful position for white. So I am a little bit worried about black's position, and in fact she has played 13-18. But yeah, it's hard to find, of course, an alternative that is satisfactory. I see that the computer indicates 13-19 to develop like this, and perhaps slowly try to whittle down a white structure here, and at least gives you the option to exchange right away 14-19 at any point. But yeah, also here I don't see good counterplay for white. But I think we have to go to Groenwijk Anikeev now. This position will still develop 13-18, and later will be more interesting, I believe, because Anikeev has in fact decided to go to 36, And this is a development that Groenendijk should like. He likes this kind of positions, and within the Dutch team, we sometimes joke that we always are surprised that he gets this kind of positions on the board, because opponents should know that Groenendijk likes this, and anyway, they still go there to 36, and yeah, I believe after a relatively calm opening, which I wasn't too enthusiastic about at first, White has found, yeah, quite a promising position in my view. So it's true that Black will play 2024 on the next move. The only way to prevent it would be 30-24, but then 13-18 is logical, threatening to go to 23. And yeah, White might have to retreat, which is not what White really likes. Then it's better for White just to allow 2024. And as I mentioned in the other game of Pachenka-Matrichko, with the piece on 36, White likes it when the position is open and there are not many pieces on the board. Especially since here Black has weakened base squares, is well behind, even behind the fourth line of his pieces. Yeah, White should be able to win the battle for the control of square 24. Yeah, which gives Black quite a tough defense. So I think that the Dutch fans should yeah, get their hopes up, and also Groenendijk probably feels like he has yeah, opportunity to create something more than ever in this match so far. So interesting position, the decision of Anikeev to go to 36. The alternative, something must not have been quite satisfactory about 2024 here. Yeah, maybe he just didn't like this kind of development where, as I mentioned, if you take to 19, White can play to 24 and freeze Black's position more or less. Black can play 7-11, but it leaves you with another gap on 7. And after 9 takes to 20, you know, 30-24 is also possible, but less logical because then Black can go to 28 immediately. But just playing 45-40, yeah, doesn't give a clear plan for Black, because, for example, this kind of close position, yeah, doesn't look all that attractive for Black. Black may want to go via square 20 there, but yeah, White has so many free moves that yeah, perhaps White can think of something. And I'm just following computer advice here. And the computer scan already gives a value of more than one piece here, because Black's position gets frozen out, 14-20. And now this move is impossible because of a small combination. And if Black waits a move, well, the same combination remains. And 7-11 is also not possible because of 29-23. Yeah, this is kind of a dream scenario for white, just to sketch the possibilities of yeah, to try to rationalize Anikaev's decision there. Because if he would play like this and at this point comes to the conclusion that he doesn't see any other play than exchange to 36 now, then he might regret that he didn't do it right away. So if you get what I'm saying, that yeah, rather to bite the bullet now and try to stabilize after than delaying it and potentially weakening your position more, because this exchange doesn't give the best development for this wing right here. Because if now the same Groenendijk has played 48-33, if the same development happens, then black perhaps would like to go to 19. But yeah, again, white can just exchange to 24, and not clear how black can neutralize here. Black's too far away from 24 to really threaten it. Plus white has a strong base formation here. Still, I think black can defend, but black has to work. Yeah, Anikaev is still thinking. Might also delay 1 or 2 moves, playing 13-18 or 12-18 and then 20-24. Makes some sense in the sense because then white has to move a piece of this strong defensive formation. So let's say 42-38, and in that sense, black gained the tempo in the battle for the square on 24. But yeah, this move 42-38 also doesn't hurt that much. Yeah, we can also see that the times are also, clock times are also nearing each other slowly. So after the opening, Groenendijk took half an hour to find the best continuation, but now Anikaev has only 10 minutes more. And probably will feel not so much at ease. There's people in the chat having questions, either about the games, about the match in general, about me. Wouldn't know why, but just let me know. I'll try to answer them. Would like to yeah, get in touch. Let's have a look at women's game here. So it developed a little bit as I expected, actually. As I pointed out before, as a possible continuation, but one that yeah, looks rather good for white. All these moves are also indicated, and here is the moment where Tachenko now is thinking. As 46 minutes, maybe isn't playing as fast as she did in the first games of the match. Just 15 moves to go and has 45 minutes, still a lot. but especially Matričko seems to play a bit faster. Still 34 minutes for 15 moves. But yeah, black doesn't have a good position. That's rather the problem here than having clock time. Yeah, Tachenko is thinking. I think White will want to do something about this exchange, 7-11, 13-19. Not a strong exchange. Maybe the more important issue is 17-22, 13-19. Which calls for action. I think White at any moment can go to 28. Not like this, of course, because of a small combination using the column for black. Well, not even a small combination. Takes 6. But then after 17-22, yeah, this would be the move, 32-28, pushing black to the side. And I see the scan is helping me a bit. That 47-41, this funny 2 for 2 is now very, very strong. So it, yeah, threatens to go to 17, but still White can go there because 7-12 is met by 28-23 and 18-22 is met by another small combination using the open square 6. So yeah, problems are quite big for black, because after 7-11 White can close the position 33-28 and just keep on developing pieces until black has to exchange at some point. I will just turn on the lights here for a quick moment because it's getting rather dark. Now should be better. And Tachenko has actually made the move 37-32. Very strong move. Well played. Yeah, and Matričko awaits quite a tough defense here. The second win for Tachenko would mean yeah, a very big moment in this match, because with the second win, yeah, she is able to finish and win the match, become world champion without barrage, without any deciding games on the last day. Then if Tachenko wins here, it means that Matričko needs to equalize in the last 5 games, which will be very tough tasks. So yeah, Matričko is under a lot of pressure here, and yeah, Tachenko could yeah, set a very big step here towards winning the match. We'll keep an eye on that one. Coming back to Groenendijk, Anikeev. Anikeev opted indeed to wait one move. Groenendijk didn't go to 38 but to 37. Still keeping the option to build this formation later, rather than having how to say this? Rather than having a weakness here that cannot be turned around, irreversible weakness. 48 can fill up only one of these 2 squares. Probably that's the reasoning after going to 37. And now Anikijev has chosen to exchange and exchange again. And yeah, now most obvious move for white is to exchange to 24 right away. Very simply put, these are two edge pieces. This is one centerpiece for black on 19. And by making this exchange, white activates two edge pieces and removes one centerpiece of black. So yeah, logical and strong move, I believe. White can wait, but that would give black an option to organize maybe some counterplay, or maybe move away this piece on 19. Well, the key question is what happens after 1823 here, because it introduces some threat, and white wouldn't like to go to 20 now, allowing this exchange. Yeah, because 24 is white's best piece here, and doesn't want to give it up. But yeah, white might play 43-38, ignoring this this threat, because white will just go to 15 now, and later try to exchange this piece on 34 and yeah, see what this brings. Generally, this is a very good opposition on the board, 15 versus 5. Groenendijk has just under half an hour left. Anikijev 43 minutes. With 15 moves to go. And I think this is the moment for Groenendijk to make haste and to start. Yeah, to move quickly, because you may need, if you want to capitalize on your advantage, you will need your time a little bit later, more towards move 45. But of course, this variation, which I just showed, of 1823 and going in between here, is quite a forced variation, which leaves less pieces on the board, and just playing some moves. And the question is whether he believes that he has many chances here to win. This is more of a tactical, psychological decision to make, because yeah, do you believe that Anikijev, because the question that comes with it, you see this variation, but do you believe that Anikijev will go towards this variation? That's the next question. Because from black side, this looks pretty horrible anyway. So I think this is the dilemma that Groenendijk faces here. Do I more or less force the game in a way, or do I just keep the position open, which is still pretty good for white, and maybe it's even to be preferred than immediate action, because it also gives black more of more choices, more difficult defense perhaps. Even though Anikijev has been able in earlier games to play quite quickly in positions that were maybe slightly passive for him, and this allowed him to defend all these positions quite easily. But I wonder if he's able to do it again, because the piece on 36 always makes defense much more complicated. Yeah, this is the current position. We can see Groenendijk sitting at the board, thinking with his head in his hands. Yeah, this is the time for a big tactical decision, whether to force the game of 30-24 or to wait. And both have certain pros and cons. But the biggest con, perhaps, if you can say it in this sense of pros and cons, is that having to make this decision takes time. And he was, after his capture, at 32 minutes, now is already under 26. So, yeah, already consuming quite some of his time. And yeah, this is what makes drafts difficult at the highest level also, because you have your choices to make, you see the options, and you know that certain options have certain advantages, certain disadvantages, and then you have to make the decision, but also in a certain amount of time. You also have to keep an eye on the clock, and you cannot just you cannot just wait and try to find the best option at any point, because you need time later on. Yeah, perhaps after 30-22 there are also more options to consider than immediately 18-23. Suppose Black tries to prepare this move, but then I think that 37-32 already eliminates the possibility of 18-23 in the future, because White will simply attack. And the longer Black waits, let's say some moves, maybe now 32-28, maybe still a waiting move. Yeah, White will also approach the piece on 24 and defend it. Yeah, and these positions generally are very difficult to defend, because yeah, the less pieces, the better for White. For example, let me play some moves. Should be wary of this combination. So let's play here, 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 here. Yeah, and just these positions, White will just go forward and forward again, and hopefully push Black away through this wing. Yeah, but in this sample variation, now we are at move 40, so there are only 5 moves to go, which will be very crucial in deciding the end result. Groenendijk has made a decision at last after about 9 minutes, and he decides to not go to 24 immediately, but to keep the tension, let Anikeev decide. Plus, what's an extra benefit of this move, advantage of this move, is that on the next move 30-24 is still possible, unless, of course, Anikeev plays to 23. But then 33-28 looks threatening. Black will likely have to defend like this, and White could perhaps approach again. Or is this not the best play? Computer doesn't like approaching again, because then Black can stabilize on 22. Computer advises to go here and then to 24. But in this exchange, Black has won 2 tempos by this 1923 temporary sacrifice. So it gives back black a little bit more speed, so to say, in defending here. Black will be putting a little bit more pressure on 24 than in variations where white doesn't allow black to gain this 2 tempos extra. But then again, white doesn't have to play 33-28 right away. White might just first wait and bring 45 and 38, 43-48. So the question is whether Anikeev likes to have this piece on 23, or if he prefers a more passive defense, allowing this 30-24. So again, a very tactical dilemma, because here it's hard to say what is best analytically. It's more about preferences and how you like to defend. And if I have to imagine what Anikeev likes, then I would say that he likes more the passive way of defending, just keeping his structure on his own field, and not an active move like 1923. And maybe this is what Groenendijk took into account when making the decision. If we look at women's game, it has actually developed exactly as I pointed out a few moves before, which is quite strange. I should say. Well, maybe not strange, but yeah, quite. I just wanted to give a sample variation, but it turns out to be the moves that were played, and yeah, it looks really good for white here. Black has to come up with a very difficult defense. Black can play 11-16, hoping for some combinations. Let's say after 39-33, black has this combination, 17-22. Having a free tempo now, 14-19. And the winning, but if white just, I would say 42-47, but the engine likes 32-27 even. Yeah, here it's black has no good combination, and after 14-19, introducing this threat, white will go to 23 again, and yeah, black, the weakness on 3 is now also really big, not allowing 17-21. Matrichka goes for 11-16 anyway, and yeah, this might be a very important moment, because this move 32-27 is quite an active move, and takes some calculation to play. We've already established that this move is not possible, and this move perhaps allows 18-22. Which previously was not possible because of 23-19, I think, or better 18 actually. Yeah. So if black takes here, white just takes 2, and yeah, white is a piece up and has a better position. Yeah, so this is the moment for Tatsenko to think and make a decision. Yeah, this kind of breaks white's position again, because white has to to make a move. He doesn't want after 39, 33. Again, the column 2, 9, 2, 8, 13 works. It's this combination. And white has no waiting move, so there's only 23, 19. And now to keep equal pieces, white has to open the game like this, which, as I said earlier, it's good to have an open position, but I think in this case, the closed position for white is better because of the weakness on square 3. Black, has almost no moves, and white should try to keep it like that. Just 32, 27. And we see, in fact, that Anikeyev has played 1923. So he did choose the, let's say, active defense after 7 minutes of thinking as well. Yeah, now I'm curious what Groenendijk will come up with, if he already decided what he would play after this move, or that he just thought like, okay, I will think after this move has come, because otherwise I waste my time. We'll see. 33-28, most logical, of course, because you threaten to win a piece. After 23-29, I guess 43-38, and threatening to go to 23. And Groenendijk, in fact, plays 33-28 quite fast. So this is what he imagined, but I wonder if, thinking back, he wouldn't have liked to play 30-24 first. Of course, from the sideline, it's easy to make these comments. Behind the board, to make these decisions is 100 times more difficult. Yeah, but this happens because as the game progresses now, 1923, Anikeyev already played like this, 9-14, and Groenendijk already played to 13. As I said before, black now has 2 tempos more than in the variation earlier with immediately 30-24. So this should give black some more, more terrain to work with, more, closer to the battlefield, so to say, if he goes forward, of course, because now black's pieces are actually closer to 24 than white's pieces, which are quite far away on 40, 43 and 45. But still, if white is able to maintain 24, white will be strong. And yeah, it's not visible how black can threaten 24 immediately. After 18-23, white will just go in between, and 14-20 is also not really a threat here because white will go to 19. If black approaches with piece 3, then white will actually be in time to defend 24, because after 18-23 again, white might be able to attack. So still, this position takes some defense here. Takes quite some effort to defend. I'm planning on a short break, and then we'll be back until the time scramble, if we'll have one. I guess soon. Soon both on both boards. Actually, there are interesting positions. All 4 players still have quite some time to think, but in order to make good decisions till the end, I think they will have to spend their time. For example, Tachenka is now under 30 minutes with less than 15 moves to go, which I think for her is quite low. But as I said, this is quite a key moment and could be decisive for the match. All right, I'm going for a break. See you in about 10 minutes. I'll be back. All right, let's get back into it. The phase with time shortage is approaching. The last 10 moves before the time control. And to start with the women's game, we have seen that Tachenko did not decide to play 32-27, the move that's preferred by the engines, and has opted for 42-37, the move I thought was most logical. And in fact, Matrichko is still thinking, and with only 14 minutes left for 13 remaining moves, it doesn't spell too good for black here. 18-22 seems to be a kind of wise move to play, maybe, and I see that she just made that move as well, with 14 minutes to go, allowing white to exchange 23-19 and opening up the position a bit, not making the defense easy for black, definitely not, but at least black can breathe a little bit, and we'll have to try to stabilize somehow and to make it to move 45 without ending up with a lost position. 23-18 doesn't work here, I guess, because now, if you take with 18, you will just lose this piece after 14-19. Well, not deadly in this case, but not what you like with white. So I expect 23-19 as the only move. And including like Anikeyev, there have also been some developments. So Anikeyev opted for the defense with 19-23, 33-28. And now Groenendijk indeed has finally occupied square 24 with only 7 pieces remaining. And we will see if Anikeyev is able to safely navigate to a draw here. You can never guarantee it with the piece on 36 and beautiful defenders on 47, 48. But I think some good calculation should help here. And the question is whether black can occupy square 23. Because if black stays passive like this, then maybe 32-28 doesn't make much sense after 14-20 now, but this move 39-33 seems strong, and black just cannot go to 23. Of course, there's always the sticky move to go to king to 46, but leaves you with 3 pieces less. Should be a bad endgame. And now it's Anikeyev's move. 24 minutes to go, so he can choose to invest, let's say, 10-15 minutes to find a clear path to a draw. But if he doesn't find it now, he better make some moves to save the time for later, because this is where the key moments are coming up. And nice to see that after this tumultuous day yesterday, where Anikeyev got a winning position with multiple winning options, but didn't capitalize on that. And on the other board, Matrichko winning a piece but not winning the game. We again have a day full of fighting, and the result is not clear. The result is absolutely not clear. And we have to notice that on both both boards, it's white who is in the lead, and yeah, I can't help but saying that it's looks like it's going to be a white Christmas. But of course, Anikiev and Matrichko, Ukrainian players, will try their best to defend here, and yeah, maybe most crucial option here for Black's 1823. After Anikiev's last move 3-9, this is possible again, because if White goes in between, Black simply walks away and yeah, White cannot proceed to square 13 now. But then again, the question is, what does it bring Black if White simply yeah, approaches the piece on 24? Does it bring Black anything if this piece on 23? And here you can already see that suddenly there is again a threat of 33, 20, 28, which cannot be met by 23, 29 because of sticky moves. Either here, which actually doesn't work because Black has a catching structure, but rather 24, 19, and White will probably win. So yes, Black can make the move 18-23, but the question is, what does he do after? What does he do after? After 10-15, I guess then you can go to 29, but engine indicates also now 30, 39, 33, because yes, after the attack in between, now this sticky move does work. 16-11. In fact, we see Anikiev making this move 18-23, and I'm curious how both players are sitting here behind the board. In which mental state are they thinking about the result? Are they nervous? Are they tense? Of course, this will not help them in achieving the result, but they are only human. And yeah, after such an emotional day yesterday, today actually moving to a new location. First matches were played in the city hall in Wageningen. Now players have moved to Papendal, the sports center of the Netherlands. This may also bring some energy loss, so to say. Players have to acclimatize again to the new room, new playing hall, and it can bring some perturbation, which leads to distraction from what you have to focus on. And the fact that these matches are being played without any rest days makes this much harder for the four participants. So not only the length of the match and all previous games do they carry with them? It's also these kind of things like moving from one location to another that really tests their mental stability, their psychological stability, and we'll see who recovers best. 37 moves have been played. It's Groenewijk to move now. Immediately 39-33 doesn't really do anything, because Black will go in between, and now this sticky move doesn't work because of Black catching the white king. So yeah, most natural move is perhaps to bring 45. Just checking if I see any other alternative. black threatens more or less to play 9-13, 10-15, and to keep this move in check. Yeah, you like to have this option of 39-33 and sticky move after 23, 29, not with 16-11, but with 24-19. Groenendijk is taking some time, so he is considering other moves. One of them could be 32-27 to also activate, to get active on this wing, because both moves 27-21 and 27-22 could do something. Let's say 9-13 to 22, 10-15, and here you always have to consider sacrifices like this and this in whichever order. Here it doesn't really work because black will just play 14-19. But engine already helps me here, saying 39-34 is a great move. And yeah, black is frozen out because 14-20 is met by 16-11. And 14-19 also. Okay, short story. So yeah, it makes sense to think a little bit about this, but yeah, 14-19 has to be considered right away. One would think about this 22-18. Somehow engine isn't worried, just takes here and plays 10-14. But this is quite tricky for a human to play, to allow this piece on 13. So I can imagine both players having trouble estimating this position correctly. Oh, sorry, I have missed actually a lot of chat messages because somehow my chat was frozen. The last message I see here is, let's see. Oh wait, now I see a lot of messages. Hi Martina, hi Samvel, Azerbaijan, hello from Armenian, hi. Interesting question from Roma, which programs I use. Is there much media coverage in the Netherlands? Well, there's a lot of too many questions to answer right now. With the time trouble coming up, I will just try to catch up with the games. And we see here that Groenendijk has chosen to play 45-40. Frisian Drafts ask, how realistic is a win from Groenendijk from this position? I'd say that there is a serious chance that he will win. To give a percentage, I don't know, 30, 40, 50. I think this is these are the odds right now, because black has no base pieces, no structure in his position, no columns, so it all comes down to calculations, and this is where Groenendijk shines. So yeah, I do believe that that there is serious pressure on Anikeev. I hope my moves are visible right now again. I see that Damian has already changed something. So yeah, now 9 minutes for Groenendijk for the remaining 7 moves, and Anikeev still 21 minutes, so he has time to think, which will help him to to defend. Plays 12-17 quite quickly. And we'll see to which clash this leads. In the meantime, let's have a quick look at the women's game, Tachenko Matrichko. Turns out. What turns out? In fact, Tachenko decided to go to 18 instead of 19. And then opted to take backwards like this here, right? Majority. Now Matrichko took backwards, and there is an open position again, which, yeah, compared to a few moves ago, looks okay for Black. Black should be able to stabilize, bring pieces to the center. 15-20 is quite an early decision. I would maybe first bring my pieces together in the center, but okay, maybe it works out well. Yeah, I'd say that Tachenko lost some of her advantage, but still has a chance to win here. Next 8 moves will decide. Coming back to Groenendijk Anikeev, 12-17 is a move I didn't touch upon yet. Again, 24-19, not doing anything here. Yeah, White looks at these 2 moves in whichever order, and then hopes that all sticky moves work. Let's say here, 48-42, and then this last move and this last move, and now, yeah, after each attack there is some sticky move probably, but question is, does it provide winning advantage? See Mark Hollander and Liga Keisel in the chat. Hello. Nice to see you. Yeah, this is what both players are calculating at the moment. So 14-19. Yeah, doesn't seem to be a deadly sticky move right now, but let's say White goes to this end game. Yeah, just end game with 1 piece more. And the alternative to go to 20. White can take this sticky move, can take this sticky move. And here Black has to find defense, probably just walks away here. And if White cannot prevent Black from making a king, then also here it doesn't seem winning. Groenendijk at 4 minutes. 4 minutes for 7 moves remaining. He will try to find the best chance. Anikeev very comfortable with 20 minutes, comfortable on the clock, that is. Yeah, one alternative might be to go 39-34. Because because then 10-15 is not possible anymore because of going to 19. It gives you time to go to 25. So let's say something like this: 10-15, 30-25. And then here again, the opposition should work in white's favor for this to amount to something. But yeah, engine is not enthusiastic, so probably nothing. 40-34 has been played. 3 minutes 28 seconds left. Yeah, I also don't know how forced the moves are for black. Now, obviously, 24-19 is quite a threat, so almost with just 1 minute of thinking, Anikev makes the move 9-13. Well, still this walk to 25 is possible. Don't know if it brings anything at any point. So black can obviously attack now. Suppose black waits. Then is there something? Yeah, I don't believe. But Groenewijk goes for it nonetheless. Has probably calculated that in this this variation there is no winning. Might look like white can just attack and attack again, but indeed this this sticky move is killing white here. Well, yeah, Groenewijk probably calculated that here there is no winning endgame. And hopes that Anikev will still make some mistakes here. So far, Anikev defended pretty well since the moment of the switch to the position with the piece on 36. But at least there is some, well, not drama, it would be a big word, but some tension and not just a flat game. Moving back to the women's match, there are some extra moves. 39 moves have been played, 6 moves to go with 14 minutes for Tatianenko against 6 for Matrichko. 39-34 makes sense to try and pressure 24. Doesn't work right now because of 2-7 and black takes to 41, but black should make a move. And also has to take 28-23 at some point into account. Yeah, there's some pretty good calculation necessary for black here to remain stable. Because again, if you try to play something like this, which is more passive, white's position, the position is open again and might be dangerous for black. Suddenly you have to, you cannot do anything against this piece on 24. So that's why black would prefer to find some kind of active defense, like Anikev in fact is pulling off, as it looks like. Matrichko now under 4 minutes 30 seconds. Tachenko with her time pressure as always. In the meantime, Anikev has made a move 10-15, threatening 14-20. So I imagine 30-25 will follow. 39-33. Yeah, is met by this, and White might want to capture the king, but the rules prohibit such. Has to take majority and loses. So yeah, 30-25 really the only move. I guess maybe technically this is possible as well, but yeah, it doesn't look better for White anymore. So actually, Groenendijk is still thinking, and I'm not sure what he thinks about. Maybe this kind of move in between to try and get a sticky move in there. But as engine indicates, black first sacrifices first and then attacks. Groenendijk under 1 minute 30 seconds. Doesn't look like he is going to beat Anikev here. The other board I have seen on the live games that 14-19 has been played. Tachenko can now choose to attack right now, or maybe even wait one move. On the camera footage, we can see Groenendijk in his classical thinking position, trying to calculate. See now on the live applet only 28 seconds for Groenendijk for 5 moves remaining, so he has to hurry. And plays 39-33. He must have thought that there is this. Really? Does he really think that he can make the sticky move? Really? Or does he want to play for a win like this, which doesn't seem logical, or doesn't make sense? I mean, what's White going to do here? Nothing, right? One piece less. That's a blunder. That's a huge blunder. So in this game, in which it seemed to go all so well for Groenendijk, 25 seconds remaining, and he crumbles out of nowhere, trying to force the game into his hands. And yeah, within 1 minute, Anikev plays 23-29, and now Groenendijk only has less than 30 seconds to recuperate and find a defense. Is it possible still? Is it possible? Maybe. If this is what he planned somehow, then maybe. But if you didn't plan for this, then it's over. Let's see. 32-28 has been played, but engine just jumps to -4 pieces if black takes here. Anikev has 14 minutes to realize what's happening and to make 4 moves, and it just seems over for Groenendijk in this game. You can see his hand in front of his mouth on the camera. He's realizing what has happened. He must have thought that 1611 was a move and forgot that he takes 2, or else I cannot explain. Well, this is certainly not how he imagined Christmas. Anyway, let's try to analyze what's here. Unicave can take two ways. Engine indicates to 38. Is White able to do something still? Maybe here and here, but this just seems over. And what if Black takes backwards? Maybe then there is something according to engines, but now perhaps now there is a sacrifice. But yeah, to find this in seconds, yeah, I'd say it's too much to ask. Not even sacrifice, a small combination. Oh, that's funny. This is the only hope for Groenendijk, this kind of combination, I'd say. But yeah, he must have either. Yeah, also another out would be 14-19, which doesn't look good after 28-22. Has to take here and then 48-42. But yeah, 13-18 just seems over. White has to sacrifice all pieces to get to king. Well, who knows? 3 pieces behind. We've seen yesterday how Jan came back from a lost position, but this is an unbelievable blunder at this moment. When Jan was leading the whole game, basically. So after a very tumultuous day yesterday, we have another drama today. As if it wasn't enough yesterday. Anyway, the women have reached a move 45. Any moment Unicave makes a move, we'll get back to their game. And Tachenko has moved 35-40, 35-30, and 8-13. Yeah, okay, so Motrisko has made it to move 45, and I think after the opening that was her main main goal here and her main way to stay in this match. Still, White is better, but Black should be able to defend, mostly because White doesn't have this defensive structure anymore. Black should be able to slowly push on this wing. And make it. Well, actually, Tachenko, like she always does, plays fast and tries to put pressure on Motrisko again. I see some comments. Yeah. That things turn around quickly and it was because of time trouble. Well, don't really agree, because this White is in such a good shape in this position that even if you don't have time, you can just make some moves and you're always better. At least in this variation, White never runs any. There will be never any danger. It was just that he, completely is blind. He must have thought 1611 was possible, or something else. A blackout, which seems to happen now. Maybe 2 days in a row. I don't know. I don't know what went wrong yesterday, but Groenendijk will have to find himself again after this game. Yesterday he ended up reaching a draw, so then all the drama in the end didn't do any harm, but what are the odds he survives again? Oh no! Anikiev has taken to 20 and now 30-25. And now the position. What are we witnessing here? What are we witnessing here? (2024). And if there's one player that's able to see this combination right here with only a few seconds, then it's Jan Groenendijk. And we see these moves are played 28-23, and now probably Anikiev will move here, because what else? And will Jan Groenendijk on his 45th move make this combination? Without the engine, I wouldn't. Of course, I wouldn't have seen this. It's so hidden, it's so tricky. If there's one player, then it's Jan Groenendijk to see this right now. But he doesn't. He plays 48-42. Well, game is not over. Game is not over. This is the position after White's 45th move. Anikiev still has 5 minutes to think. After either attack with piece 13, White will be able to play 25-20. And maybe reach a draw, but engine indicates 36-41 and then attack. And here White again has to find a way to king somehow. The game continues. So there was an almost immediate draw with 23-19. I wouldn't say immediate, because still there's a 4 against 2. Of course, engine sees that this is a draw. Probably because you just make a king here and exchange, but can also imagine that. Yeah, well, it's hard to assume anything at this moment with so much going on. This will be up for the viewers in the Dutch stream, where if Jan makes it out alive, probably will join if he says something about this combination, because. So second day in a row, Anikiev has a chance to win and take the lead in this match for the world title. I don't know if there's a real alternative for the move 36-41 and attacking. Of course, because even if you attack here, White doesn't have to take the sticky move. and can just close. And somehow find a way to king here, maybe. Still not too obvious because of the sketching structure, but well, let's trust that it's a draw. After 13-18, then yeah, this will be the case. Black has this option as well here. And then we see that Groenendijk Anikeev has played 36-41 and now 13-18. So we are past the time control. Let's brief out. 6 against 6, but Anikeev is winning a piece. Both players have half an hour added to their clock. And Jan will sit and think what has happened. I struggle to put it into words here. But yeah, we can say that after maybe five relatively calm games, the match has really ignited, and yeah, things are happening, but it's not looking good for the Dutchman. For a second day in a row, yeah, lost position. What can you say? Coming back to the women's game, Titschko played 17-22, perhaps threatening to exchange to 27, which should be enough to secure a draw. So that's why I expect this exchange backwards, and this 6 against 6 is much more innocent than on the other board. Yeah, black should be fine. We'll get back to this when position becomes a bit more concrete. What I can do and what I will do, because you can also do that at home, is to look at the graph on the live.kndb.nl website, where Kingsrow's evaluation of this position will be. And turns out that Kingsrow never worried. Shows a flat line. All right. Which means that. But why? But this is the problem sometimes with working with the scan. Scan engine on DRAUGHTS. That it has no endgame database, so that's why sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, you cannot trust the scan engine in endgames, basically. And according to Kingsrow, this position was never lost for Groenendijk. So even after 29-38 times 38, there is a draw, which I think is from this this endgame with 3 pieces less, but yeah, again, not sure. Yeah, so here with 2 moves to play, white can either sacrifice here and go to 11, or sacrifice here according to scan engine, which is also very difficult to do. All right, so there's a lot more into this position as I previously thought there was. It also shows again how irrelevant, in a sense, King's Row's evaluation is, because if you show this to someone who hasn't seen the game, they will say that, well, it was a draw, right? Whereas we know now that a lot of drama happened, and maybe still about to unfold, because, yeah, we are still playing. So let's see. According to King's Row, the move here is 23-19, which makes sense, I guess, if your only alternative to go to a king like this doesn't work because of 12-17. Well, this is also a very strange way to get to an endgame. Just sacrifice your pieces and make the sticky move. 5 against 3. Who knows? Not the end yet, but looks worrying not nonetheless for white. And this move, yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. I guess the rationale is that if black takes forward, white goes in between. No, yes, no, yes, yeah, it's good enough according to scan engine. And black has to make a tempo, which the only one has to his disposal, this one, and this leaves piece on 16 to go to king. So that's why black should go back, take backwards, and now white has some hope to sacrifice this piece, to sacrifice the second piece and go to king with 16. But yeah, I can imagine this will still be very complicated and can go wrong at any moment. Black's threatening right now to 2 for 3, so white has to move either 33 or 42. This seems a bit dangerous, so you can imagine this move. Yeah, this position still can go either way. Groenendijk could somehow reach a draw, or just not find it, because if you see this position for the first time, it's impossible to estimate, which also makes the task for Groenendijk here quite complicated to kind of stress out and panic and go for this 5 against 3 endgame, or to keep calm and somehow trust here that you are able to get a draw. Jan is now at 22 minutes. And this is only his first decision to make after the time control. From now on, both players get 30 seconds per move, which in theory gives them endless time to think, but they have to keep making moves, so yeah, it's not obvious. Let's see. Yeah, so Groenendijk somehow has to make this decision between 42-38 and 25-20. In the meantime, the women continued a little bit. Tkachenko is always playing fast. Matrishka on 20 minutes now. And yeah, also a question in this kind of positions is when do you take your time? Do you just play some moves, not believing that it's impossible to lose, or do you try to already calculate the draw here? And to me here it seems a bit early. What Tachenko is playing for is 13-19, I believe. Yeah, now white attacks and prepares this 47-41, which follows either after 1923 and also after 913, for example, like this. And there is majority. So black has to be a little bit careful. Also this exchange, I don't like so much because it kind of splits your pieces, creates a gap between them. And this piece on 24 can be a good opposition against this two here. Still, it should be a draw, but yeah, I just want to avoid any further complications. So we'll see if Matrichko can keep up the pace and reach a draw. In the meantime, Groenendijk is still thinking, and I'm thinking to take at least 5 minutes break to have a glass of water and calm down from these emotions. And after 5 minutes, we can see if Groenendijk has made a move and continue. Right now, I'll have a look at the Dutch stream as well. I see Esther van Meyen and legendary Grandmaster Harm Wiersma. They're now analyzing the women's game. Yeah, they also look quite, how can you say, full of emotions, or now at least, yeah, trying to recollect themselves. So yeah, if this was just game 6 and 7, what's going to happen in games 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12? This is amazing. And then people say matches are boring. All right, I will see you in 5 minutes. All right, we're back for the final phase of the 2 games of today in the match for the world title between Groenendijk and Anikeev and Tachenka and Matrichka. We are witnessing two tough battles in the game between Groenendijk and Anikeev. It looked like for the first time Groenendijk was actually finding some kind of advantage, some real advantage that he might materialize into a victory, but then searching for chances, he made an incredible mistake playing 39-33, allowing 23-29, perhaps mistakenly thinking that he could play the sticky move, I don't know. But somehow, with just 25 seconds on the clock, managed to pull off an incredible defense so far, leaving only 9 seconds after 32-28. Then, giving Anikeev a chance also to take forwards with definitely chances to win. Decided to take backwards, and here on the 45th move, Groenendijk could take a very hidden combination, leading to a 4-against-2 with a draw. I don't know if taking here would also end in a draw. This actually loosens indeed after this strong move, denying both 7-2 and 7-1. Deciding to play 48-42 with this last seconds. And this was the position after the move, and he already decided to play 23-19, which is, according to the engines, the correct move to keep the position analytically within the boundaries of a draw. Anikeev still thinking now. At the same time, in the game against amongst the women for the world title, Tachenko had a great advantage in the middle game. Played some less precise moves and lost her great chunk of this advantage, but still has a better position, still has pressure on the clock, and will try to fight and maybe see if Matrichko still makes some mistakes under pressure of all these long games and all this emotion. Also today, just the game today by itself was worthy of a whole chapter in a book. Right, Anikeev still thinking, so Groenendijk skipped this option. Also didn't look that safe. For example, if Black moves the piece to the edge. Now there is a 4-against-2 here, but contrary to the 4-against-2 that Groenendijk Anikeev played yesterday, this one seems much easier to win because this piece is almost at a king. Therefore, maybe only way White could continue is like this, and trying to win either one of these pieces. But yeah, still doesn't look too dependable for a draw. I don't know, something like this against 2 kings. It's hard to play. Let's say, even if you have 3 pieces. Yeah, could be a draw sometimes, but hard to say. So Anikeev took backwards. Groenendijk already closed the gap, and now it's Anikeev to move Groenendijk left almost 16 minutes on his clock, so he will have 1 or 2 or maybe 3 moments again where he can really invest and try to defend. Black 1 piece up. White will try to either create an opposition in which Black cannot do anything good, or just give a piece at some point to make a second piece to go to king. Anikeev actually moved quite fast, 15-20. And we see that now Scan Engine at least already jumps up in White's favor. Scan Engine was a proponent of 13-19. Hard to say what exactly are the differences, because now this plan of sacrificing a second piece seems to work. Yeah, also I don't know how Anikeev recovers from yesterday when he missed a couple of winning opportunities. Partly, I think, because he didn't use enough of his time at the right moment. Because yeah, he played rather fast, and in that way he skipped few maybe easier winning plans. And again here he plays quite fast. So I don't know. Is it, yeah? Of course it puts pressure on Groenendijk, but at the same time, yeah, you might miss your best opportunities. Yeah, and one variation I see now, which may be relevant, is if Black likes to keep these 4 pieces, because then you can never sacrifice and go through, because Black will play 12-17, for example here. So now attack, and what's important is that Black cannot close here with 13-19 because of a small combination, 16-11, 32-27. And yeah, Black's not going to win. So in that case, Black has to move away, but this creates a small corridor for the white piece to jump into. Yeah, hard to say what's going to happen exactly, but perhaps sometimes there are some extra sacrifices as well, but for now this seems fine. Black still has some options, either this or here or here. But still the main idea for white will be to sacrifice, I guess. For example, after this move, for sure, white will sacrifice. And now white's in time to get a king. I see Renzo in the chat. Long time no see on the digital streamlines. Yeah, I remember you from Corona times for sure, when I was streaming as well. And yeah, so what I'm checking is the Kingsrow graph on the website of Live Games website of the Dutch Draughts Federation, which you can also access, I think, from the official website of the World Championship. So yeah, analytically the position is a draw, and this is the current position. Bartosz Maniecki says both these two moves are a draw. This is not a draw for sure because of small combination. And then the one other move is 33-28, which sometimes may be good to kind of create some kind of clash here in which black cannot do anything. But here, yeah, it looks tricky. So this move doesn't seem likely, and we see that Groenendijk is again taking some of his time, and yeah, at this point, well, it's hard to be a viewer here and make correct analyses, not knowing what the players are feeling. So it's either 31-26 or 27. I think 226. I don't know what's more logical. I like this move because then there was this small combination. After 1923, this seems to be a forcing. And after 1823, there's also this move, I guess, to 27. Or am I wrong? Because after 13-18, again, there is this small combination, 16-11, 33-28, and after 12-18, you might be able to attack, and black has no waiting move. Then the last move is 18-22, preventing white from breaking through immediately because of the 1-for-2 backwards, which means that, what does it mean? Oh, there's also another sacrifice on this side of the board. And the alternative is just changing backwards, but yeah, then again black has a chance to make progress to king. Might not be winning right away. Okay, Renzo is saying that 33-28 is also a draw, so that means that as long as Groenendijk doesn't fall for this two-move combination, white is still fine anyway, and decides to play 31-27. Yeah, wonder if what he has seen and also still had to take into account his time and to decide without thinking too much. So here Mikheyev has to decide. So this move doesn't seem likely after 33-28. And now black has to play 18-23. And white can sacrifice. Even though this will win a third piece for black, so still not great. Let's see, can you close here and then sacrifice? Just using scan as a bit of a sparring partner here. Yeah, this seems too dangerous. Now white has to sacrifice again 2 pieces. Who knows? There are worlds where this is a draw, but I wouldn't trust it if I were white. But well, we have seen many mistakes in the past today and yesterday as well. So we have to stay attentive to what may happen and what players may and may not see. Another logical move is to go to 23 now, then attack. White has to make a move, go further, maybe, and then sacrifice and again go to king. Well, here actually, white turns out white is fine. Yeah, because you just be able to make a king on the next move. So black plays here. Now this sacrifice looks absolutely necessary because after 28, 23 there is also this move, perhaps. But even here, yeah. So we have to sacrifice. But now we end up with the same endgame as we saw just a few moments before, which I said I wouldn't trust. Because of course white will go here and try to play 25-20, but how is this a draw? So if you go here, we'll go to 48 and 25-20 is not possible. Ooh, that's quite a setback for white here. So can Anikeyev force this variation now? Because that endgame looked pretty spooky. Pretty spooky. Because if you sacrifice here and go through, black will likely sacrifice back, and now with two pieces ahead, this looks even worse because even this piece will go to king. And you also have to keep an eye on this 1 for 2. If you first go with your king here. So this absolutely forces 38-42. Then you attack. Then go here and 13-18. And here, draw is still not visible for white. I know that analytically programs see, but as a human you don't see the draw here yet. Which makes me also question if 31-27 was the best move. But yeah, this is of course easy to say from the sideline. So now after 13-19 there is 33-28 apparently. And again this type of endgame. And the trick is that you can just make a king, because after 18-23, for the second time, we have a majority issue this game, which plays a big role. Black can just not take backwards, has to take 2. Slowly we're getting there. Right. So 18-23, 38-42, 29-23, advance. Now a good kind of intermezzo, 13-18. And white has to sacrifice. Maybe even this move first, I don't know. Then now white can apparently go in between, so better this. If white tries to intermezzo as well, black plays here with opposition after this or this. So this seems to be the main variation, with a crazy extra double sacrifice, super duper extra, and 6-1, and black cannot defend because of this hanging piece on flying piece on 31. Has to go here to 40. Black goes there, and again after 35, black will make a king on 48. So according to Cloud Scan, we have 40, 44, and then to 33. Again, making use of this flying hanging pieces, which makes a 1924. So black plays something here. Black will have to play something like this, maybe, yeah. And the forcing goes on. We attack. Cannot go here because of 21, 26. But maybe we can make some kind of stalemate. Here, here. Oh my god, just still the draw is so complicated. Yeah, so scan engine sees some kind of stalemate here. Four against 2, and in the meantime, Anikeev has played this move 1823, leading to this endgame. So if black goes here, I think white goes to 17, no, to try and attack it. Apparently it doesn't work. No, because black just makes a king. So white has to stay on this line, and apparently black cannot do anything. Because there is this threat always, 10-15. All right. According to chat, there are more draws. Also 34 and 45. And that's hard to understand. I think this is the most forcing way. To go like this and this. This will at least win back one piece straight away. Black better goes here. And taking from 1. Okay, so all these, right, all these 3 squares are analytically draw. Does it make sense to, yeah, but yeah, 40 is much so logical because you can immediately go to 35. Maybe it's not, I don't know. Well, for these variations, I guess it doesn't matter much. If you then attack here and we have the same position. Okay, so we established that this looks like the main line, but now Anikeev played 14-19. Okay, still appears to be the same. Because here this endgame again leads to the same thing. All right. Okay, I was afraid we saw another kind of blunder, but it's not. In the meantime, let's quickly look at the women's game, because there were a lot of moves. In the end, Matričko decided to exchange. Allow Lukashenko to go to 19. But I guess Matričko has calculated a draw here, threatening with the sacrifice. And now it's white to move. Black's threatening to just take this piece. And if white wants to stop like this, then black can actually play another sacrifice and reach a draw. So this game seems like Matričko survives and can once again look forward to try to catch up in the match from tomorrow, having survived today, which is important for her. Important. So we better look at Groenendijk on a cave game. So we have 18-23, 48-42, and 14-19. Now I also read that 27-21 is a draw, which is interesting. Yeah, it doesn't seem logical again, but yeah, who knows? Still looks pretty bad for Groenendijk. But he is still alive. This kind of makes me think back of my own World Championship in 2015, which was my first one. I was 22 years old, and it was a tournament with 20 players, and so 19 rounds. At some point, I started playing quite badly, and I got a few losing positions. I think in the whole tournament I got 4 or 5 or 6 losing positions, but I survived all of them. And this is what, yeah, yesterday and today makes me think about that again. Which, of course, for Groenendijk is not a positive association. Groenendijk, apart from all his draft skill, one of his general skill is that he's also a fighter, that he will never give up in whatever position, always will keep on going. And this is what keeps him in the match so far. With a little less how you call it, resilience, he would have already lost 2 games yesterday and today. But players are still going, and it looks like that the main variation, as we have established, is going to happen on the board. We are now here. Groenendijk 7 minutes 10 seconds, and Ikev 18 minutes. Black could also try to wait with this move, 23-29. But just doesn't seem to be in time to kind of negate this threat. Here still, Black would have to play 23-29. And then this is possible with, again, majority joke. Has to take here and cannot take the king. But yeah, very logical to play 23-29, of course, forcing white to to sacrifice 2 pieces once again. And yeah, how to make the most of this endgame. So this most logical 12-17 should just give 1 piece. Seems to be the only option, in fact. This just doesn't make sense, because white will always attack some piece. So there's only 12-17, and as Bartosz in the chat suggested, any capture is a draw, but it's not visible yet exactly how. So so in fact the variation in which I called it the super duper mega sacrifice, in fact happens in reality, and we are here now. So Groenendijk 8 minutes 25 seconds. And he gave 17 minutes 45. He already played like this, 12-17. So Groenendijk has 8 minutes plus 30 seconds per move to defend this game. Yeah, this most logical seems to go to 40. And then black has to counter this idea. So black has to go to 48, I'd say. And I don't know if it matters. Yeah, Groenendijk already went with his king to 40. If you go 43, yeah, it just gives you another target to attack with the black king, so it doesn't seem likely. In fact, you even have this move and now attack again, which leaves this piece pinned. So I do expect here to go to 42. And then it's a tough task for Jan for Groenendijk to find the forcing. Don't know if black has any alternative, maybe to go to try to go to a king quickly, because now this will lose after 41-46, and this will lose after going to 47 and 1924. But white just has 1 square on 2, threatening 25-20 again, for which there is no solution. And after 1923, I think, yeah, white can get away with this king sacrifice, which may not be even necessary, but it secures the draw. So therefore, 1721 looks just most logical to continue. And now white has to just pick up one of these pieces by attacking. Could be that either of them is a draw. This makes most sense to me, to attack the front piece, so to say. Now black has to make sure white cannot just attack twice. or just play 25-20. Yeah, that's quite interesting that after 31-36, 25-20, white likes to exchange this piece, but 21-27, yeah, fixes the game. Because the white king also cannot escape after this move. Black just simply takes. All right, so black makes the king, white takes to 15, 36. Now 25-20 is losing, cannot go to 4 either, so just one move to 10. And now white has to find this perpetual draw. Which isn't obvious, but for Groenendijk could be findable, so to say. So I guess the idea is, for example, you attack, you play, black plays, that now the king is next to this piece on 24. You can start threatening the piece. That's what I think. Because now you can leave the main diagonal. Because if black tries to cross, you just take this piece on 24. So the black king has to move away again. And yeah, so what I meant by the perpetual draw was that you now attack, black has to close, and you just move back, and we're at the same point. So black has to find a way to either wait on this line, but then white can occupy the main diagonal again, I guess, or just that I already attack, because this piece will only bump into the black king here. So the only move to continue is here. Then we attack on 13. 24, 29. Again, this looks, how do you call it? Tempting, but might be wrong. Might be losing. Because now we are going here. Yeah. And the white piece gets caught anyway. If we go here, we attack here. After this, there's catching. If we go here, we go to 21. And both kings are being caught. So if white doesn't have this option, white will need something else, which according to Scan is just to proceed with your piece. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Again, threatening to go here, and if you attack, you just cross the line and get to a second king somehow. All right. But aren't you able to just go back to this square? Then, all right. Okay. Then we get this this end game, which is the end game of Leclerc, which in this case is a draw. I see Scan Cloud giving minus 5.7 pieces, but I'm quite certain that it's a draw, because these two pieces need to be on these squares. It has to do with the following idea that black will get a second king for sure. Black will go, for example, here, and white, for example, will go here. Black will prepare the trap now to go to 18, threatening this and this. At this moment, white is able to get from the main diagonal, and before black can occupy it, white will win this piece. So this could be relevant knowledge, possibly. In fact, Groenendijk chose another variation. He went to 35, which is of course also reinforcing. And instead of the previous variations where black was always making a king on 47, this time black is going to 48, which makes sense, of course. Because if you want to attack this piece on 24, it's easier when there's no king on 47. Okay, Groenendijk goes here, and maybe, probably we get the same endgame. We get the same endgame as I was referring to earlier. This Leclerc endgame, which is a draw. For example, I don't know how black exactly is getting there, but yeah, so again, something like this. Suppose the black king is able to stop this piece on 15. We have the same endgame, which is a draw, and I'm quite certain that that Groenendijk knows this as well. So my guess is now that Jan has calculated, in fact, the way to a draw. It's true that he has little time. He has 2 minutes 55, but this has always been his trademark and has been the reason why he always, why he calculates so fast, because he always forced himself to calculate fast, in a way. Yeah, it's also obvious that now you cannot attack here because of simple exchange, or not even exchange, but even the direct funny catching maneuver. In the meantime, the game on the women's board has finished in a draw, so Matričko survived to try yet another 5 games to get the score back to equality. Tachenko missed probably a good move in the middle game, and after that wasn't really able to pressure Matričko. So yeah, this was the main position where 32-27 deserves to be analyzed further. And in this phase, Matričko's defense was good enough. But all right, let's stick with the men game from now on then. Nikkei still thinking. Of course, an alternative would be to try and make 2 moves and let the piece on 17 go instead of 19. Yeah, but already black has to take into account the threat of going to 2. So again, if you go here and here, you just go to 2, and 25-20 is unavoidable. And if you move here, probably you have this kind of forcing, he said, when it's actually not a forcing. And now this move, for example. Thanks, scan. But yeah, this piece going to king should be enough for a draw. But I guess Anikave still maybe also knows that this endgame is a draw. So still tries to find a way to complicate the defense for Groenendijk. Yeah, and I remember in the chat earlier there was a question like which programs am I using? Are we using as Dutch players? And yeah, our the main program we use is Turbo Dombase, which is a database with all the games played, plus built-in engines of King's Row and Scan, which on your own hardware, so on your own laptop or computer, they are much stronger than the cloud version, because you can in fact install an endgame database. And in general, they also calculate faster, I think. So yeah, right now these are the benchmarks that we work with. Recent years there have been some developments in computer drafts competitions. So other programs like Ares, I think, making use of neural networks, damage using neural networks. I think those would be interested to kind of work with those programs as well. But I don't know exactly how we get access to those. I also haven't really looked into that, or don't know anyone who did. But that would be the next generation of programs to work with. But right now, King's Row is still the best for analysis. If you want to know the truth about a certain position. But Scan can also really help you to play better. On a KF under 10 minutes, we'll shortly have to make a move. Yeah, and then suppose this game ends in a draw, both players will have a very strange feeling, because, well, Groenendijk, of course, blundered and went from a somewhat better position to what seemed a practically losing position. Then missed a direct way to a draw. But in the end, turns out that he had never a losing position. And so Anikave might feel like he missed the win. He missed the chances. But analytically, he didn't do anything wrong after Jan blundered, after Groenendijk blundered. So, yeah, both players will be disappointed somehow, or have a reason to be disappointed. But we as viewers, we can only be happy to witness all of this drama, I guess. Even though, of course, Jan's fans, I also wish him to win. Of course, for us, it's difficult to watch. A lot of emotions. So to analyze a bit more, after 1721, I'm going to king. Suppose black is able to, this move has been played. Suppose black is able to keep these pieces on their place and reach the same endgame, then the endgame will be winning. So for example, we just play some moves, not paying attention to anything. Let's try better this. If white is a bit stupid now, going to 15 at this point, even then might be some, yeah, then still white can force black to the edge, but imagine white is sleeping. And lets this piece go to king. Now, in fact, the endgame is winning for black. So the key is that now this move will follow 4-18. And black can leave, white can try to leave the main diagonal, but here, wait, again we're a draw. Apparently, sorry, apparently black first has to make this move. And then if white loses, leaves the main diagonal, then black is able to actually occupy the main diagonal, because if white attacks now, you attack here, and white doesn't have 15-10, so can try to go here still, but then you block with the second king on the main diagonal. Yeah, Leclerc endgame indeed. So yeah, this is the key knowledge of endgames, which comes in handy wherever you play, whichever moment. This could be on an internet bullet game, but can also be in the world title match when it's when there's a lot more at stake. And I'm quite sure that both players know this. Yeah, and we see Mikheyev indeed leaving these pieces on their place so far, playing to 34, Jan taking to 10. So what I said earlier was that black will try to occupy these two squares, but still can occupy 27-36. So the main goal for white will be to force the piece on 21 to the side, and then black cannot win. So maybe now 21-27. Could still be tricky. Could still be tricky. There's also a type of endgame which usually arises from a different kind of position. But if you now go to the corner, you go to 45. And because of this small idea, 24-30, you cannot go on an open square, so to say. And then black invokes this threat of 31-37 and 27-32, which white cannot avoid. So yeah, then white has to go either to 15, as Bartosz says now, to 41, or probably there is some kind of forcing. What we see happening is 24-30, and Groenendijk playing 25-20. So far, so good. And if possible, of course, white would like to just move this piece on 20 to king, not via 15, but via 14. Because if you're on 14, you can place your king on 10 and go on to king to 5. So at this point, if Jan would like to, he can, if I'm not mistaken, he can force like this, and it's a draw, and strategically, so to say. Funnily enough, Scan Engine plays here. And even though the king can be caught, of course, 3 against 1 is a draw. Jan has less than 2 minutes. Yeah, it should be enough to find either of these draws. The only way to avoid it would be to put your king here, but then I think going to 49 is just too strong because it pins the black. Yeah, so realistically, I would play here and yes, scan indicates you can even go to 14, and then indeed bring your king to 15. Black cannot do anything. So I think this is a matter of one more good move by white, and the draw is sealed. And in fact, he plays 10-4, which immediately pins the black king, and yeah. Looks like Groenendijk has made it out alive. On behalf of the Dutch population, I would like to tell him that you made this all very scary, but you have provided a lot of an interesting day, so to say. A Christmas day to never forget. And after a lot of intrigue, both the men's and the women's games have ended in a draw. On the camera footage you can see indeed that the men have decided on a draw. And we will go in with a score of 7-7 between Anneke van Groenendijk and 8-6 for Tachenka against Matrichko. 5 games to go into round 8 tomorrow, same time. Will not be with me probably. I would like to return at least once more on this channel perhaps, and comment again. We can see now also the men on the camera. Jan making a gesture like, I don't know what happened there. Big blunder, but managed to recollect himself with only 28 seconds on the clock for 4 moves, and somehow made it out alive. Dutch time is now 2:15, so the players will have a whole afternoon and an evening before they have to face each other again tomorrow, and both players will somehow have to recover from this game with a lot of emotions. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow we see a really calm game, just because both players just need to just get back some energy. But who knows? Also, after yesterday's adventures, they didn't hold back. Groenendijk certainly had perspective in the mid game, but blundered, and from then I guess you just have to rewatch the stream to understand what happened. I'd like to thank you all for watching. Please like the stream if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel. I think Damian is doing great work with his team and checkersTV, and they deserve even more coverage. And hope to see you again. And I'm very curious what what the next 5 games are going to bring. Yeah, first task for Groenendijk will be to recollect himself, and Anikeev will have to hold his nerves and just keep on going, keep on cruising. All right, thank you for watching. Bye bye.